We are live. We are live. We are here again. Everybody, welcome. And we are going to have another night of spooky stories and other various things. Welcome to everybody. I am going to start with gaming, of course, and you could be watching from anywhere in the world. It could be people from looking at it as a podcast in the future, or people watching the reruns. Welcome. And we'll go over some things we went over last night with new topics for tonight. Okay, and switching over now. Alright, and let's see. Alright, hello everybody. Alright, I hope everybody has been having a great week and that all of you have a great weekend. And also, we're going to put chat on the screen over here. Okay, right there. About to get into the game part. So, we'll talk about the Headless Horsemen in a little bit, and some of the more things about economic things I like to talk about, and the legends and stuff. Alright. So now, we're going to go over here and switch over. Okay. Now it's time for the game. I'm gonna look at chat in a moment. Okay. Put this gauge right over here. Well, how about right there? It's always over there. We're gonna just leave that where it always is. Hello, Essie. Glad that you can join us. Alright. We're at Raven's Cove. Hello, Stranded. Hello. Okay. Let's bring the game back up. I think the connection's alright. If more people in chat have problems, let me know. But I think it's running okay. Alright. Hello, Stranded. And it's good to see Essie as always, and Stranded, and Sandra, and Amanda. I was here earlier. Alright. Alright, so I hope everybody is had a good day, and are y'all doing anything interesting over the weekend? Or just going to take it easy or work or something? I was working on my garden today, and I have a pumpkin plant that survived the drought. And my pumpkin plant is doing good, and I watered today and gave some fertilizer to it. And hello, Stranded. I'm glad to see you also. And Stranded, we're going to be talking about the Headless Horseman in a little bit. And yeah, so I've been watering my plants, and also where I am, the weather has gotten much cooler. So that is good for the different plants that are here, because if it's too hot, you have to water things more. So I'm glad the weather is shifting a little bit because of the fall season coming. And I put up a short just an hour ago about my plant, not my plant, my Halloween decoration. I'll put more about them as time progresses. My nice, cool ship. Raven's Cove. Yeah, and we have been covering some really fascinating stories lately about the different legends in America. Roanoke Island. And also we'll talk probably more about legends tonight also. And specifically we'll talk about the Headless Horseman that's fascinated me, and shout out to Stranded for bringing that to my attention. I made some shorts about it. Some of you may have found the channel that are watching this at some point through the shorts about that. Shout out to y'all. And yeah, I think the Headless Horseman's a very classic story about the in America, in that area. It's really cool. And SC Wolverine's brother was out there in Sleepy Hollow. That's really cool. Okay, Amanda, thank you. Glad to hear about that. Okay. I figured it was something like that. Okay. Yeah, so basically, I think that is another classic tale, and yesterday we were talking about some urban legends like the the clowns that came here, not here specifically in my location, but in America. In 2016, there is a clowns trying to bother people all over the country. We were talking about that yesterday, and we are talking about the Bell Witch in Tennessee as we're in the spooky season. And as we get into October, we'll talk about the dangers of voodoo and how it's causing issues in Haiti. Well, it's caused issues in Haiti since beginning before this. New Orleans was part of the country. Really. Oh wow, I sunk quickly. I don't even know what happened. They must have some special. That they must have had something special in that other ship. Remember, it's happened before. Because that ship specifically had something about it, but I do need to get a stronger hull for that one. Oh yeah. Okay, Stranded. So Stranded says, I attempted to make a cooking video to send you, but it didn't go well. Hit the stop button a few times instead of the pause, and trying to get good shots, it wasn't work out too well. Yeah, Stranded, were you using your phone or a video recording device? Yeah, because basically, like on a phone or something, you'll have like a pause button and a play button is like the same thing. That's why I think maybe you're using something else. But so basically, like what you do, say on a phone, you'll have a camera on the phone and an application on the phone, and I could explain you to you more specifically about your certain situation. But so you'll have this thing like you could record something and then use that button to stop. Okay, you're using a phone. Okay. All right. So, all right. Yeah, so basically when you're recording something, you just tap the button, the record button, and don't touch it. And just let it record what you want to record. And then after that, when you're done, you just tap it again to stop it. That's all you do with a phone recording device. If you want to pause a video, say you could just film a clip and then pause it, which means you'll end the video when you stop filming, and then you could press it again to go and film something else, or just let it play the whole way through. It's all in one button. Yeah, and that is basically like what I do. Alright, I've modified my ship to make it more better against attacks. To make it better against attacks. Alright. Yeah, so that's what you do when you're filming something on a phone. Let's see. You'll... There's the... Like, you record it, and you just release your thumb off of it. And when you're done recording, just simply tap it again. And you could also, as I said, do clips. Like, you could do it for a little while, and then when you're ready to stop, like I do in my garden. So I'll film a scene, I'll press the record button and film it, and then when I'm finished, a little scene, I stop it, which ends the video completely. And then I start another video. If you want to record the whole way through, just press it, let it record until you're done. Alright, so this is chat. This is the hull that's fixed. This way, when ships try to attack me, they're not going to do as well. Because now my hull is better, so it won't keep sinking every time someone throws a nuclear bomb at me. Yeah, and also do it like this. You could film something like this. Not like this. Now shorts and stuff, like the shorts videos I do, you film it like this. But this is like you're doing like a regular video, like a YouTube video. It's like that. Going back to Raven's Cove. Alright, so yeah, now I'm back here in this region. Go sink some ships now. Alright, so we're getting to a good start here with the different ships. Yeah, and also, you know, I think, yeah, because remember when I was at the World War II, the, I don't know what the cat's doing. Hold, he must be biting, he's trying to fight his own tail. He's done that before. But he's alright. Alright. Because Bubbles, he gets excited when he's playing with his own tail, and then he'll start fighting himself. But he's alright. Okay, Stranded. So what you can do is, and I'm good at like editing videos and stuff. If you want it to be shortened, like you could take a longer video and I could shorten it for you if you want. We do that. Because like what I do with my videos is like with the guarding stuff is that I will do these things where I'll take, say a long video. You'll go and take a long video, and like what I do is I go in my software and I go and like shorten stuff to make it short and sweet, and put different, you know, transition lenses and stuff in it. And Stranded, you could also film like little scenes. Like, say you could film a scene of you doing something specific. So, like, say you could take a scene of you chopping something, and if it takes you an hour, just make like a for a couple of minutes or so. You could do something of you doing that for a little while, and then you can go and pause the video. I mean, not pause the video, but stop the video. And then what you do is, after that, you go and take another video of you doing the next part. So that's how you can make it into smaller pieces. Like, you do it for a couple of minutes, stop it, cut some more stuff, and then you can film another part. That's an option you could do. Yeah, and I look forward to seeing your video, Stranded, of you cooking. And you could just make a 5 or 10 minute video of you, like, say you're chopping up something, and it's a couple of minutes or 5 minutes of you doing something. And you don't even need to have it edited. What you can do is you could just do a part of it where you're filming, like a part, like a scene where people would like to see, say, a defining moment. Like if you're going to have a moment where you're cutting something specific and you kind of like tell people what you're doing, and then you stop the video, which would end that video. Then you do some of the more stuff, and then you do the next part. Another thing you can do is a time lapse, where you could take a long video, like the 30-minute video you're talking about, and like you can, like I could help you with this, where you can make the video, chop it up into, like what I mean by that is you can have the video sped up. Like it'll be you doing the cooking stuff in high speed. Like it'll take a couple of seconds of you doing something, like if you're doing something really fast, like there's this stuff you could do to make it look like it's done faster than it really is. Like rather than slow motion, you could do something in fast motion. Right. Now, okay, so Stranded says, but then it makes separate videos instead of one. That's fine. I mean, when you that's a very good question. Like for instance, I do separate videos and you can combine them and make them into one video. So say you have one video scene and you have another video scene, and with video editing software like on your phone, especially if you have an iPhone, you can go and edit it to where you could put two different film clips in one film. And if you want to do one video, you could just film a long video and people will like it. I mean, especially if people want to learn how to do what you're doing. You could people watch hours of a video to find what they're trying to find out. So it's okay if it's long stranded. It's fine. And you could start off at it being long if you want to. And that's fine. You see, chat, when you have a better hull and you invest in yourself, see, look, I invested in myself in this game. I bought a bigger ship and I fixed the hull so it won't get destroyed when it like gets hurt by something. So now we're in a better situation and I'm not constantly have to repair the ship. So spend money to make money, as they say. Yeah, so as I said, it's okay if the video is long. The video can be long, and if you want it to be shorter. Alright, now I'm over here, and... Oh, chat, I got a bunch of people on my game now. Oh, that went fast. Okay. I got a whole crew on here. Alright, so we're turning around. Wow, that's amazing, Stranded. I look forward to trying your food. Okay, Stranded, that's understandable, and I think that might be something you may need. And SC, thank you for helping me out in the chat. I got three people in my crew right now. All right. All right, let's get them. Facts. Facts. All right, us pirates can about to get the bounty hunter. All right. We're gonna sink this. This. This is funny. Damn. All right. Let's get some more ships. Dude was like, "Thanks, Captain." All right, they see another ship. All right, let's go and get it. Cause it's like I'm having a war right now with a bunch of other ships, so I'm multitasking beyond recognition. All right, all right, all right. Well, let's see about this thing right here. All right. Facts, facts. This is funny. All right, they're coming from behind now. Oh, oh. Okay, here we go. He's trying to run away. He can't run away. Ooh, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna be with you. I mean, I see chats there. I want to make sure I get my crew together also over here. So I'm dealing with two chats right now, guys. I'm dealing with the people in the game. I'm dealing with y'all too. I mean, not. I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm just saying like, I'm doing some serious multitasking. All right. So made a killer barbecue something. Oh, they're coming back. Bounty hunters. Uh oh. And I totally missed. It's going nuclear. Okay, we're gonna go that way. Raven's Cove. Alright, chat, I made it to a high level. Now I'm gonna go dock. Alright, and I keep flying away. Alright. Okay, we're gonna go to the shore. We're gonna go to the shore. Alright. Now let's see what y'all are saying. Alright, we docked. Is there a thing? Alright, now I'm gonna read chat. See, sounds like Bubbles is in his litter box. Yes, Bubbles is in his litter box. It made a killer barbecue meatloaf last week with roasted red potatoes. That sounds great. And I'll try and see what happens. Okay, Stranded, that's good. And I'm loving your tips, Alien. Good stuff. It's true, Stranded. Long videos. She loves long videos. Yeah, the dude's like, thanks. And yeah, we're heading out. We're heading out. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to press shift. I'm going to press shift. You see people want to go out again. If you want to go out again, and there's YouTube, there's this thing right now, and this thing doesn't go away. We're going to go here, we're going to go there, and we're going to go there, and we're going to go out. They have not added that feature yet, chat. I can't chat with people on that thing. No. Look, the crew's coming back. Alright, now I'm going to drink some water. Alright, let's go. So, like, people in the game, you could only talk to them through, like, chatting like this. I just realized that I'm dealing with people in a game. I mean, not dealing with people. I'm with people in a game, and I'm with people in this thing. Yeah. One pound of ground beef, one shallot diced cloves, garlic, one egg, pepper, salt, cucumbers, sauce mixed together. Wow, that's really cool, Stranded. Whoa. Where are we not? Okay. Okay, come about. Come on, ship. Christmas is coming. Okay, good. Let's pick on this ship. It's by itself. Wow, I will say that I'm glad I finally repaired that because I kept on sinking. But now I'm not sinking because I got a stronger hull and I got crew on here now. So like people be chilling on here now. I'm hitting them again. Yeah, Strand, that looks yummy. Thank you. Oh, this is like the pirate movie. We're about to square up on the ship. See these boats that are by themselves just hanging out? Sounds delicious. Yeah, sounds delicious. Um, all right, we're in uncharted waters. You know, cause see, Raven's Cove pissed me off because they sunk me before. So that's why I'm going and sinking all their ships because that wasn't cool what happened. They're asking me about the crew, and it was like I was too busy messing with these different things to go out. I was wondering when you're piloting a ship, it's kind of difficult to go and do the other thing. All right, so let's see. And this ship is called the Relentless Titan, like Stockton Rush, but it's not the same thing because I made this ship correctly. Okay. Okay. Oh. We're sinking ships, chat. Okay. Oh. Oh. Chat is on fire right now. Oh. Not that chat, but this other chat. It's like going crazy. Everybody has cannons. Everybody's chilling. Gonna hit him. Okay, X. Get out. Get out. Okay. Fire. Fire. Chat, I'll get with you in a moment. I want to make sure I don't get, a bunch of people killed like Stockton Rush did. And I know that we're still on the show, and people are talking to me in both chats. So, yeah, so anyway, I'm going to look at y'all in a moment. And there's a lot of ships. Well, that's the Queen Anne's Revenge. We need to go sink that right now. Oh. Oh, yeah, we're getting the Phantom. Oh. Wow. Oh, we're in the right place, chat. This is hilarious. We're nuking these ships. um. Oh. I can't get this. This is hilarious. And they're all running away from me. Oh, we're about to sink the Queen Anne's Revenge. I know y'all are still here. All right, here we go. Goodbye, Queen Anne's Revenge. Does it sink or What's it do? Oh, they must be raiding that ship. We gotta go back and get this other ship that's running away from me. Does the Xbox controller your ship, or... Wait a minute. The Queen Anne's Revenge is not sinking. You know what happened? The other pirates must have went on there and like boarded it, and they must be having a fight with them right now, with Blackbeard in them. Oh, we sunk the Queen Anne's Revenge. Amen. We just sunk it. The other pirates just sunk it down. We helped it. We're gonna get this big ship now. This gay ship right here. Rockets. We're showing these ships toxic masculinity. Right, alright, oh, uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, this is going to be nuked. We... Oh, God. Oh. Oh, Lord. I'm speechless. We're about to sink this Titanic-sized ship right now. Yeah, this is for sinking me early. Oh, chat, we sunk the big ship. We sunk all of them. Chat, we sunk everything. Wow. Oh yeah, Essie. All right. Oh. Oh, we're pirates now, chat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's go. Look at the map. Let's see. Going to the direction of that. Okay. Alright, chat. This was awesome. Oh no. Oh no. Press shift. Press shift. Press shift. Press shift. Press shift. Okay. Alright, good. Alright, good. Get this ship back without sinking. God willing. This was a great run. Hopefully they repair the ship. That's good. Okay. Thing's glitching. Alright, let's run. Want to make sure we get to to Tortuga safely. Alright, we're gonna kill that ship for trying to kill us. Alright. We're gonna kill these ships. Yeah, fuck them. Oh. Excuse my language. I sunk them. They're trying to kill me again. Yeah, you see when you mess with me and my crew, we kill them all. Alright, now let's go. Alright. Okay. Alright, so there we go. Chat, we won. I beat up all those ships with my crew and we won. Whew. That was intense. Yeah, that was intense. Stranded passed a couple of times. The stake was marined from that. Let's see what I got now. Okay, chat. I made up all the money back from the thing I just spent. Wow. Alright. Alright, so here we go. SC, tell I forgot to feed her, but feed her 30 minutes. Just not forgetting she can, this is give her breakfast at 30 a.m. with the SA, the Xbox controller. Don't sink him. Who fell? Stranded. Nobody fell. It was just something. There's some weird board in the hull that has issues. And come on, dude. Yeah, that's pretty cool food. Yeah, they're ramming me. Wow, yeah. And that's true, and I could ram them, and I sunk all of them. Yeah. Chat, that's the most epic fight I've ever had in the game. Alright. Going back out. I got another one. Chat, you know how epic that was? There's bounty hunters, there was a royal warship, like it's the equivalent of an American bomber with a bunch of ships on it. Wow, that was to, and I've played this game since I was a kid. And I'm glad I was able to convert my skills to YouTube skills. And in the other game, before Disney took down the original version, I was a high-ranking captain in this game. And also, and my skills have paid off. And as I said, I spent a lot of money in the game to get this ship and the hull together, and I made all the money back. So I think this game has good things to learn to apply in real life. We're going to go to this other area that's infested with ships. Yeah, my mom, she was over there. She must have fallen She didn't fall, but she must have been that bored. All the friends are coming to visit me. All right. Yeah, because remember, SC was like the little dingy thing I had. He was like, you know, you could get a bigger ship or something. And I'm like, oh yeah. And because I could afford it. And I have a history of being kind of cheap, but I kind of like didn't think about it. Obtuse. You know, it's fun. It's like I feel like I'm like a nuclear weapon. Like, we're about to board the ship. Oh, we're boarding their ship. We're boarding the zombie pirate ship, chat. That's what I'm doing. I'm boarding the zombie pirates. And we're killing them all. And see, that's my ship right there. How do we board back? How we went back on the ship. Chat. Okay, we'll go back to course. Well, they want to hit something over here. Okay. Oh god, here we go. I don't know what they're firing at, but there's nothing over there. Oh. Okay, now we're going back. All right. All right, we're going back. I went off course. I drifted a little bit. Hello, Latina. Hola. The people in there are absolutely astonished about what we're doing here. Let's go help our pirate friends up in here. All right, here we go. They want that ship, we'll go and get it. A1? I'm not too sure about what A1 is exactly. About to hit this ship. Yeah, so we're sinking the ship. Wow, I'm way off course. I was supposed to go over there, but well, I guess we're going back there. Oh yeah, I mean last night we're talking about. I'll talk about it again. So we're talking about wine. So there's different types of wine that had before, like wine with. Oh, we have to get hit. Okay, so we're gonna end them. Yeah, so Okay. Okay, steak sauce. I don't know. I don't know. I think I've had that before. I just don't. I can't quite put my finger on it. But I think yeah, I've had it before. The steak sauce. Yeah, chat. This was a very interesting game. Their stuff fell off. All right. Okay, so you have to have the damn hunter is here. Bounty hunter. Not that hunter. The hunters in the Caribbean. Bounty hunters. Ruthless pirates. Arr. We got plunder. All right, now we're going. Okay, you have to have it before you really are alien spaceship. It's probably not good for you anyways. All right, so also chat says that, and chat saying things, and Amanda, everybody's like hello, hello, I do. All right, so whatever. So anyway, as I was saying, basically, another thing I want to say is that I think that with the situation with the economy, I think that it's good for people to save up and understand the situation, and also things like a hobby that I'm interested in. I think silver's a cool thing to be into. Ooh, no, we sunk. All that treasure. They hit us with something. All right. So now I'm gonna go and repair my ship. It's unfortunate that happened. It's good for people to repair the ship while we're fighting. All right. I do not know what they hit us with. Let's see. Asking more people to be in the crew is AFK. Alright. SCY thought that much. Yeah, so basically, as I was saying, alright. We're going back out. Okay. I love all kinds of different sauce. I think sauces are really cool. Okay, thank you, Amanda, for letting me know. About to board this other ship. We're about to go fight the zombie pirates again. That's pretty cool. That's fun. Alright, we're fighting the zombies again. This is, yeah, I told you this is better as a multiplayer game. Alright, Alright, take it. Awesome. Awesome. This was a great one. This is a great one. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, now we're going. Alien, not just any steak sauce, the best steak sauce. It's really good on corn. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, all right. All right, not Stranded, the other one, Amanda. Chat, y'all have any thoughts on the zombie pirates when I go invade their ships? Because that's something y'all haven't seen before. Because it was just me by myself. Now I got a whole crew with me. Alright, we're boarding it. We're boarding another zombie ship. Alright, here we go. Alright. Alright, there we go. Alright. Alright, here we go. Thanks, chat, for the feedback. Alright. So... Alright, so anyway. So basically, you know, we're doing this in the game. It's pretty cool. And soon I'll be getting into the other topics. Alright, because we're having some other issues going on. Alright, let me know if that's better. You know, if it's any better. Alright. Hello, Blankman. Glad that you're here. Okay. Alright, so basically, you know, as I was saying in the game, it's pretty cool. You have these different things and concepts you could relate to in real life. And also, we have, as I said, silver I think is a good thing to have. And I think it's good, independence. I think it's a cool thing to get for people. And I think, like, silver is used in a lot of things. And silver is used in, like, the phones, different touchscreens and things, and stuff like that. And also, basically, I like how with the touchscreens, it has these things like silver in it, and it's used in a lot of technology and stuff. So I think silver is very undervalued in my opinion. And the electric cars use them, the solar panels use them. I think a lot of, like silver is very a good thing to have. And it's very valuable. All right. All right, my thing, it says I have an excellent connection. So it's all right. All right. Hello, Blankman. Good to see you. All right. Shout out to Maggie. And also, yeah, so I'm in the game and I'm telling them that I'm going. And also, we're going to talk about the Headless Horsemen in a few moments. As I said, I think silver is a good metal. Because, like, gold, it's used in some things, but it's very valuable. Because it's used in different stuff. I mean, gold is not, like, it looks good and shiny. And I think silver is used in more things. Yeah, it's like the thing says excellent connection on my end. So it's them. Yes, so in chat. So I'm talking in this other chat, and they were also talking to me, and they liked the stuff that I was doing in the game. And they were the lady in the game. She it's since like the pirate era. She said she curtsy, and I like that. I like classical things like that. And Sam and the others were telling me in the game. There was like Maggie and Sam, and they were telling me they were thankful for us doing that, and I told them, thanks for helping me out. I can't really chat with them while I'm driving a ship, and on top of that, I'm on YouTube too. I mean, I multitask very, very well here. looking at the chat. And she was saying she liked my ship, the way it looked and all. Very cool people. Just like people here. Alright. Now I'm going to go and talk about this other thing. And chat, this was the best gaming experience I've had with this game. That was awesome. I'm glad that this was streamed on YouTube. So I have a rerun of it. Wow. And thank you all for being here and participating in this special edition of the YouTube Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Vlog. And we're going to have to make that way bigger. Okay. I got the bigger ship, and I made back what I did because I knew I could do it. Alright. So, we're going to do part 2. Well, not really that, really. Alright, everybody, we're about to talk about the legend of Sleepy Hollow and some other scary stories, and I'm going to talk about the economy things and silver and things like that for the rest of tonight, this morning's late night special. My side's doing great. It's not buffering, Latina. I think it's just your side. My connection's great. Alright, so now I want to talk about the legend of Sleepy Hollow, which is a very good story from the American legend. And Stranded said she had no problem. Yeah, my side says excellent connection. And I understand Latina, and I checked it, and I was done what I needed to do in the game. We'd made a lot of plunders. We sunk one time. We invaded some pirate ships, some zombie pirate ships. We sunk ships all over the Caribbean. All the Navy ships, all the different company ships just got nuked. Alright. But hopefully it stops buffering. You know, for people that are having issues. My side's fine. But thank you all for letting me know. Okay. Alright, here we go. So, now I'm going to be talking about the legend of Sleepy Hollow. Right now. The Legend of Sleepy Hollow is an 1820 short story by American author Washington Irving, contained in his collection of 34 essays and short stories titled The Sketchbook of Crayon. Geoffrey Crayon. Irving wrote the story while living in Birmingham, England. Okay, Amanda. Okay. Along with Irving's companion, piece Rip Van Winkle, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow is among the earliest examples of American fiction with enduring popularity, especially during Halloween, because of a character known as the Headless Horseman, believed to be a Hessian soldier who was decapitated by a cannonball in battle. What a way to go. In 1949, the second film adaptation was produced by Walt Disney as one of the two segments in the package film The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Todd. It's all good, Amanda. All good. The game doesn't cause problems. It's not. It's the what causes problems. What has caused problems before was like certain blog articles with a lot of ads on it. But I'm not on any of those things right now. Like say when we were looking at Stockton Rush and the submersible, that kind of situation. But as I said, the connection's fine. Internet, everything is excellent right now. From the listless repose of the place and the peculiar character of its inhabitants, who are descendants from the original Dutch settlers, this sequestered glen has long been known by the name of Sleepy Hollow. A drowsy, dreamy influence seems to hang over the land, to pervade the very atmosphere. That's a little piece of it. And in this picture, right here, well, so this is the dude, and that's the Headless Horseman chasing him. Alright. And the story is set in 1790 in the countryside around the Dutch settlement of Tarrytown, historical Tarrytown, New York, in a secluded glen known as Sleepy Hollow. I'm not too sure what a glen is exactly. I know of Glen Beck, but not this, and not that. What in the world is this? A glen is a valley, typically one that is long and bounded by gently sloped concave sides, unlike a ravine, which is deep and bounded by steep slopes. Whitlow defines it as a Scottish term for a deep valley in the highlands that is narrower than a strath. The word is, in Gaelic, glen. So it's something from like Scotland. As I said, the people that came down here back in, what's it called? The olden days, like when America was being settled, they came from northern England and southern Scotland, which I'm related to. Some people from this group from England. So they use words from that region, obviously. And then Sleepy Hollow is renowned for its ghosts and the haunting atmosphere that pervades the imaginations of its inhabitants and visitors. Some residents say this town was bewitched during the early days of the Dutch settlement, while others claim that the mysterious atmosphere was caused by an old Native American chief, the wizard of his tribe. Before the country was discovered by Master Heinrich Hudson. Residents of the town are seemingly subjected to various supernatural and mysterious occurrences. Yeah, you see, because basically we know from these different situations, like, say, with, like we were talking yesterday, which I'll perhaps reference again in this video too, about the Bell Witch and how in Tennessee they had these hauntings of the Bell Witch. It was interdimensional. It could go to England, to Tennessee in an instant. It could appear as like an angel of light, this witch, and it was invisible. It knew the Bible very well, which is very strange that some Indian ghost, Native American ghost, would know things about that. So this thing also, this supernatural occurrence, if it was a Hessian soldier, or if it was something nefarious, like some demon, or maybe someone pulling a prank, basically, besides the prank or whatever it was, that this area was subjugated to supernatural occurrences like the Johnny Depp movie, like Stranded was talking about. That is about the Sleepy Hollow is very good, and I also would recommend checking that one out. And also another thing about this is that you have this situation where, once again, Native Americans did some kind of ritual or spell, and it caused supernatural occurrences just like the Bell Witch. And also the Haiti, how some of the Africans brought over voodoo to New Orleans and the Caribbean, other Caribbean areas as well. So far, as I said, I love the story, and I think it's very intriguing, and this is like my reaction to it so far. Alright, so I think Mr. Bowen did a story about Bell Witch, creepy stuff. Oh yeah, Stranded, because yesterday, which as I said, after we talk about this, I'll go back and reference that one too, as a review from yesterday, and so you can see my take on that too, is that the Bell Witch was very creepy. We read about that yesterday, and I'll talk about it again after this as well. And as I said, I talk about topics in the yesterday and this day. They're both like parallel. So I'm going to go over the other things I went over yesterday, along with new things too, so our friends can see it that weren't here, and also for people in chat to see another version of my take on it, like a reviewing of the other topic. And because there's all kinds of different angles to look at things. Now I want to continue with the article. And thank you, Stranded and SE, and thank you, SE, for the shout out. Shout out to all of you, and Blankman. They are subjected to trance-like visions and frequented by strange sightings, music, and voices in the air. The inhabitants of Sleepy Hollow are fascinated by the local tales, haunted spots, the twilight superstitions, on account of the mysterious occurrences and hauntings in the atmosphere. The most infamous specter in the Hollow is the Headless Horsemen, the commander-in-chief of the powers of the air, attributed to the devil, according to Ephesians 2:2. Alright, he left me for Trump. Well, he is missing out on this information, but shout out to him. He could see the rerun. Alright, so as we said in the Bible, how they talk about different things with Ephesians, and basically in the other story with the Bell Witch trial, not the Bell Witch, but the Bell Witch in Tennessee, they also recited things in the Bible that it had to do with it. So this other being has something to do with that as well. Like, they're both interconnected. And shout out to SC, Amanda, Latina, Stranded, everybody that's here and watching that isn't in chat. He is supposedly the restless ghost of a Hessian trooper whose head has been shot off by a stray cannonball during the some nameless battles of the Revolution, and who rides forth the scene of battle and nightly quest of his head. Yeah, so basically to sum it up, that there's things that link things to biblical things, like it's some kind of a demon or the devil, like in Ephesians 2:2, or it's like a headless soldier, the headless Hessian, and looking for his head, some kind of demonic apparition, and some suggest it could have been a prank. We'll get into more into that. And I knew you were lurking around here, Blankman. And chat, I figured he probably was lurking in here. Alright. The legend relates to the tale of Ichabod Crane, a lean, lanky, and extremely superstitious schoolmaster from Connecticut. Throughout his stay at Sleepy Hollow, Crane is able to make himself both useful and agreeable to the families that he lodges with. Yeah, so, and Ichabod Crane, based off a real person, we'll get into him. He was in the U.S. Army, and the U.S. Marines specifically. Blankman, thank you for being around. Glad you're hanging around. It's cool. And the Headless Horseman mascot for Sleepy Hollow High School in Winchester County, New York, has been referred to as America's scariest high school mascot. Yeah, we're going to have to check him out. We'll have to check him out. Sounds pretty cool. All right. So, Ichabod Crane is a lean, lanky, extremely superstitious schoolmaster from Connecticut. Throughout his stay at Sleepy Hollow, Crane is able to make himself both useful and agreeable to the families that he lodges with. He occasionally assists with light farm work, helping to make hay, mending fences, caring for numerous farm animals, and cutting firewood. I said firewood. Besides his more dominant role as a schoolmaster, Ichabod Crane also assists various mothers of the town by helping to take care of their young, taking on a more gentle, integrating role. Crane is also quite popular among the women of the town for his education and his talent for carrying whole budget of his local gossip, which makes him welcomed sight within female circles as firm believer in witchcraft and the like. Crane has an unequaled appetite for the marvelous. What does that mean exactly, chat? Appetite for the marvelous. To be marveled. Wow. Like Captain Marvel. Wow. Or Marvel Comics. Marvelous is the whole word, and there's different prefixes that have been taken off of the word marvelous. So he was in for an appetite for spooky, scary stuff like us. And let's see if he's able to practice what he preaches, and how does he do in the scary, spooky Sleepy Hollow. I will, SC. I'll sure do that after we're done with this article. Which is only increased by his stay in the spellbound region of Sleepy Hollow. A source of fearful pleasure for Crane is to visit the old Dutch wives and listen to their marvelous tales of ghosts and goblins, haunted locations, and tales of the Headless Horsemen, or the Galloping Hessian of the Hollow, as it's sometimes called him. Throughout the story, Ichabod Crane competes with Abraham Brumbones von Brunt, the town rowdy and local hero of the hand of the 18-year-old Katrina von Tassel, the story and sole child of wealthy farmer Baltus von Hassel. Okay, I'm saying my nickname from the hood. They call me Little Hassel. So I'm going to rephrase that to see what they meant, because I'm saying my own nickname because it sounds familiar. So I'm going to read that again, chat. Von Brandt, the town roadie and local hero for the hand of 18-year-old Katrina von Tassel, the daughter and sole child of wealthy farmer Baltus von Tassel. Ichabod Crane, an outsider, sees marriage to Katrina as a means of procuring von Tassel's extravagant wealth. Brum, unable to force Ichabod into a physical showdown to settle things, plays a series of pranks on the superstitious schoolmaster. The tensions among the three continues for some time and is soon brought to a head. On a placid autumn night, the ambitious Crane attends the harvest party at von Tassel's homestead. So basically, the old guy, he wants to marry the 18-year-old girl, and they want to go fight him. And he believes in the supernatural. He's leery and skeptical of Sleepy Hollow. And that is basically setting up for the story. What's going on here? And also Sandra says, do not tell me that is a headless horseman running around. Jeez. Well, I mean, that's exactly what I'm saying, Sandra. There's also a headless alien. Jinx. Well, my shirt's pretty cool. Watch this. See, like, I could go and have the headless horseman thing going on right now. Right now, I'd be the headless alien with my headphones. And see, look. It's a bow tie. So everybody's like the headphones, so I have like two bow ties. The headphones and this bow tie. So I'm like the headless horseman right now. The headless alien. Alright, let's see. Okay. I want to say something to chat. Yes, I'm like the gentleman skeleton. Right. Well, hopefully God bless the connection so people can see this stream. Amen. And that people that are having connection issues can have the connection restored. Because my connection's fine. It says that I have a perfect connection on my end. The Wi-Fi is all good. Everything's good. I don't have any windows open except it's Wikipedia. Wikipedia has no... They have no... What's it called? They don't have any ads or anything, so that's not me. Alright, as I said, SE, I'm glad that you could hear it, but, you know, God bless the connection. Alright. Alright. So, Van Tassel Homestead. He dances, partakes in the feast, and listens to ghostly legends told by Broom and the locals, but his true aim is to propose to Katrina after guests leave. His intentions, however, are ill-fated as he fails to secure Katrina's hand. Thank you, Amanda. Glad that you liked the shirt. So thank you, Amanda. And thank you, Stranded. Hopefully y'all can get back in. God bless y'all's connections. And y'all could always see the rerun if you didn't see this. Okay, so as I said, I believe that the connection's going to work. Everybody's going to be able to see this correctly. Yeah, it's going to work. All right. So and a source of fearful pleasure for Crane is to visit the old Dutch wives and listen to their marvelous tales of ghosts and goblins, haunted locations, and tales of headless horsemen, or the galloping Hessian of the Hollow, as sometimes called him. Oh, that's pretty cool, Sandra. That's pretty cool. So basically, they have ghouls and goblins. I have a ghoul in my tree right now. And they have Tales of the Headless Horseman. So he's trying to propose to this woman. Yeah, Bubbles is pulling the plug out. Yeah. And so basically, to sum up the story so far, this dude is enthusiastically interested. Crane is interested in the tales that people have about Sleepy Hollow. He is interested in the farm animals, and he wants to ask out an 18-year-old girl out when he's an old man, and he's not able to get her. And they're trying to get a physical showdown with him. So that's what's going on, and he likes the tales of ghouls and the galloping headless horseman. And, alright, Amanda. I understand. Following his rejected suit, Ichabod rides home on his temperamental plough horse named Gunpowder, heavy-hearted and crestfallen, through the woods between Von Tassel's farmstead and the farmhouse in Sleepy Hollow, where he is quartered at the time. As he passes several purportedly haunted spots, his active imagination is encouraged by the ghost stories told at Baltus Harvest Party. After nervously passing lightning-stricken tulip tree, purportedly haunted by the ghost of the British spy, Major Andre, Ichabod encounters a cloaked rider, an intersection in a menacing swamp. Unsettled by his fellow travelers, eerie sighs and silence, the teacher is horrified to discover that his companion's head is not on his shoulders, but on his saddle, in a frenzied race to the bridge adjacent to the old Dutch burying ground, where the Hessian is said to vanish, according to the rule, in a flash of fire and brimstone. Before crossing it, Ichabod rides for his life, desperately gouging gunpowder down the hollow. However, while Crane and Gunpowder are able to cross the bridge ahead of the ghoul, Ichabod turns back in horror to see the monster rear his horse and hurl his severed head directly at him. With a firm motion, Schoolmaster attempts to dodge, but it is too late. The missile strikes his head and sends him tumbling headlong into the dust from his horse. No, Stranded, it's not this. I said before that it's not the Wikipedia articles because they don't have any ads or anything in them. And SE was doing fine. And if my connection was bad, it would have told me that my connection was bad, but it's telling me I have an excellent connection. But as I said, we'll see how it goes. We'll see. Right, so it's not me. Maybe Stranded needs to reset the Wi-Fi router, in my opinion. That's funny. That's funny, Sandra. Let's see. Revert several times. Cleaned my cache and emptied in my trash. Still buffering hard. And no, don't mess around me. Just saying. Bubbles messing with stuff. Figures Bubbles likes playing with wires. Brat. Yeah, Bubbles is a brat. Bubbles and that possum. Stranded. I think it's the possum getting revenge. Alright. So they were in an old Dutch burial ground there by the tulip tree, and the dude is riding, and Crane sees the Headless Horseman looking at him, and he chases him, and he throws his head at him, and a lot of the legends claim that he threw his head at him, and it was like a pumpkin. So that is basically, they believe it's a British spy or it's a Hessian soldier. Okay, Latina, thank you. So, so basically, and he has a horse named Gunpowder, and he's running away for dear life, away from the situation. And then he gets hit by the head. And now we're going to further read more about it from this point. All right. All right, so Stranded says, everything was fine on my end until we started the story. Now it's buffering so hard. I have no clue what Alien is saying. Oh. The next morning, Gunpowder is found eating the grass at his master's gate, but Ichabod has mysteriously disappeared from the area, leaving Katrina to later marry Brumbones, who was said to look exceedingly knowing whenever the story of Ichabod was related. Indeed, the only relics of the schoolmaster's flight are his discarded hat, Gunpowder's trampled saddle, and mysterious shattered pumpkin. So those are the only things that were left in the aftermath of Ichabod's disappearance. This is leading people to believe that the Headless Horseman has a jack-o'-lantern as his head. Although the true nature of both the Headless Horseman and Ichabod's disappearance that night are left open to interpretation, suggests that Crane survived the fall from the gunpowder and immediately fled Sleepy Hollow in horror of both legends and having to deal with his landlord, never to return but to prosper elsewhere, or was killed by Brom, which may be unlikely since Brom was said to have more mischief than ill will in his composition. Ivering's narrator concludes the story, however, by stating that the old Dutch wives continued to promote the belief that Ichabod was spirited away by supernatural means. Does this sound familiar, SE and chat and Stranded? That maybe Crane was abducted by some kind of an alien. Like they're the same beings. The ghosts are the same beings, perhaps, as the aliens. Maybe not all of them, but the ones that I am referring to. And Ichabod was spirited away by supernatural means. That reminds me of an alien abduction. And legend develops around the disappearance and sightings of his melancholy spirit. In a postscript, sometimes unused in certain editions, and let's say bad aliens, say like the bad aliens I talk about were abducting him. Their narrator states the circumstances in which he heard the story from an old gentleman at a corporation meeting at the ancient city of Manthos, who didn't believe one half of it himself. So here's a depiction of the Headless Horseman against Crane. Alright, so y'all can see how that's Crane on the horse, and he's going by that tree, and the Headless Horseman's throwing his head at him, which is really a jack-o'-lantern, and he's running for dear life, trying to get out of there. And that's him after he proposed to the girl. And yeah, so that is basically the situation we have here, and I want to say it's unfortunate that her connection isn't working, but shout out to Stranded for bringing this story up for me to review and for the sources. Thank you very much, Stranded. I'm back. I just wanted you all to see the picture without me in the way. Alright. Sandra, I think it's probably a true story considering the supernatural extraterrestrial abductions that have occurred. That it could be based off of something real. This is a fictional story that somebody made up, but it could be based on some real events that happened over there, in my opinion. That's possible. But this was a fictional tale, but it could be based on real events and real hauntings. Alright. It's probably based off of legends, like King Arthur and Merlin. And how they're saying Merlin and King Arthur were maybe real, but they were probably fictitious people, but maybe it was based off of real people, or we just don't have the evidence for the King Arthur people. But this one is like a fictional story that's confirmed. But I think it seems like it was based off of a real legend. Like there could be really a legend of a headless horseman, and somebody made a story into it. Like say about Pirates of the Caribbean. There were real pirates in the Caribbean, and there really was a Blackbeard, but Jack Sparrow, Johnny Depp, that's a fictitious story based off of real pirates. All right. Yeah, because people can watch the replay. Ivering wrote the sketchbook during a tour of Europe, and parts of the tale may also be traced to European origins. Headless horsemen were staples of Northern European storytelling. So this goes back to Europe. So they had headless horsemen allegedly in Europe as stories. Maybe ghostly demonic apparitions. Alright. The British legends were included, storytelling featuring in German, Irish, Dulhan, Scandinavian, the Wild Hunt, and British legends, and were included in Roberts, Burns, Scott Poem, and Tom O'Shanter. And Burgers, den Burgers, der Wilde Jarger. Translated as the Wild Huntsman. Yeah, der. That's the in German. Bulgars. Jalgar. I love the German words. As the Wild Huntsman, usually viewed as omens of ill fortune for those who choose to discard their apparitions. These specters found their victims and proud scheming persons and characters with hubris and arrogance. One particularly influenced their rendition of this folktale was the last of the Legenden von Rubensanhall. Legends of Rubensanhall. Rubensal, rather. From J.K.A. Musas. Literally retelling of the German folktales Volk Marschen der Deutschen. During the height of the American Revolutionary War, Irving writes that the country surrounding Tarrytown was one of those highly favored places which abound with chronicle and great men. The British and American line had run near it during the war. It had therefore been seen of marauding infested with refugees, cowboys, and all kinds of border chivalry. All right, Stranded, thank you. Okay, so next Friday we'll go over this again. Now, how about this? Right now, hopefully, if Stranded is here for one more second, I want chat to react to this story. Also, I think it's a pretty interesting tale. I think it's probably based on true events, but it's a fictional story. And thanks, Stranded, for sending that to to me. And we'll go over this again next Friday when Stranded is here and other people are here. Because I don't care. We could go over things over and over again. It doesn't bother me. I always was famous for repeating myself all the time, and some people thought I was nuts, stupid, or crazy, or annoying for repeating myself. But as I got older, it's good to repeat myself all the time. It's good. See, I like to be repetitive, and it paid off. I love to talk about the same thing over and over again. It doesn't bother me. I'm glad that I'm around like-minded people like myself. That's why we all are aliens. Yeah, so chat, next Friday, I'm going to go over this again. After the Battle of the White Plains in October 1776, the country south of Bronx River was abandoned by the Continental Army and coupled by the British. The Americans were fortified north of Peekskill, leaving Winchester County, a 30-mile stretch of scorched and desolated no man's land, vulnerable to outlaws, raiders, and vigilance. Besides, droves of loyalist rangers, British light infantry, and Hessians, Jagas, renowned sharpshooters, and horsemen were among the raiders, who often skirmished with patriot militias. The Headless Horseman, said to be decapitated Hessian soldier, may have indeed been loosely based on the discovery of just such Jaga's headless corpse from Sleepy Hollow. I told you it was probably based off of something that happened. So they found a Hessian's corpse in Sleepy Hollow. After a violent skirmish, and later buried by von Tassel family in an unmarked grave in old Dutch burying ground, the denouement of the fictional tale is set at the bridge over Pro Cantico. In the area of the old Dutch church and burying ground in Sleepy Hollow. Alright, so what I'm thinking is now, there's more to this, and as I said, I'm going over the whole thing again on this day. I mean, on next Friday also. But do y'all want me to cover, like, when I go over it again, do y'all want to hear more of the article? Or you want me to not say more of the article and save it for next time, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, I don't care. It's just an option. Because I can keep on going. I want to keep going. But seeing what y'all think. But as I said, I think that this is very interesting. And it tells you the genesis of the story of Sleepy Hollow. Where the idea of it came from. And the dark tales that happened from it. And I think that it's very spooky. It's very spooky. But as I said, I'm going to keep on... I'm going to keep on going. No, people are going to watch the replay. I'm going to keep on going. And then we could do this again. No, I know. I just want to see... I know it's my show. I just was giving an option how y'all felt. But yeah, I want to keep on going. I was giving y'all a chance to... Alright. So, now I want to continue. And as I said, next week we're going to repeat this again. So, the Headless Horseman is said to be decapitated Hessian soldier. May have indeed been based loosely on the discovery of just such Jogger's head corpse in Sleepy Hollow, after a violent skirmish and later buried in Van Tassel family an unmarked grave in old Dutch burying ground. And according to another hypothesis, the figure of the headless rider in Ivering could have been drawn from a German literature, more precisely from the chronicles of Portois by T.J. Karras, written in the first half of the 19th century. And the hypothesis: in the 19th century, the police counselor Karras noted, the previous century, the inhabitants of the city were afraid to move after dusk on Hospitalstrasse, now Sadowa Street. Due to the headless rider apparition seen there, in support of the hypothesis, according to the information taken from the work by Z. Cinco entitled Polish Recipients of Washington Irving's work between the Enlightenment and the Romanticization in 1988, Walter Scott encouraged Irving to learn German to be able to read the stories, ballads, and legends in their native language. One moment. Alright. So, basically, as I was saying, continuing, not going to be distracted. Irving, while he was an aide de camp to New York Governor Daniel D. Tompkins, met an army captain named Ichabod Crane in Sackett's Harbor, New York, during the inspection tour of fortifications in 1814. Irving may have patterned the character and the legends after Jesse Merwin, who taught the local schoolhouse in Kinderhook. Kinder means child. Further north alongside the Hudson River, where Irving spent several months in 1809. The inspiration for the character of Katrina von Tassel was based on an actual young woman by the name Irving had stayed with her family for a short time and asked permission to use her name and loosely based the character on her. He told her and her family that he liked to give his character the names of people he had met. SC, I do agree that they need to dig up the body and test it to see what it is, if it has a headlessness or not. The story was the longest one published as part of the sketchbook of Jeffrey's Crayon. No, not Crayon. Crayon Gent. Commonly referred to as the sketchbook, which Irving issued serially throughout the 1818 to 1820, using the pseudonym Godfrey Crayon, with Rip Van Winkle. The legend of Sleepy Hollow is one of Ivering's most unauthorized, studied, and adapted sketches. Both stories are often paired together in books and other representations, and both are included surveys of early American literature and romanticization. Ivering depicted regional culture and his themes of progress versus the tradition of supernatural intervention in the commonplace and plights of the individual, outsider, and homogeneous community permeates both stories and helped develop a unique sense of American culture and existential selfhood during the early 19th century. I'll try something here, see if there's, if this works better. Alright, this is another image, another artistic image of the Headless Horseman attacking somebody. Yeah. So this is the next one. This is the one with the Headless Horseman. He's throwing something at somebody. He's throwing the pumpkin at the dude's head, and that's Craven. So that's the famous image of him doing that. Alright. Alright, so geographic impact. Annually since 1996, before Halloween, the nonprofit organization has the Legend Weekend, an eventual Pittsburgh Manor House in Sleepy Hollow. In 1997, the village of North Tarrytown, New York, has been called since the 19th century, where many events took place. So they have Sleepy Hollow, New York, as the setting of the story contains many of the referenced locations, including the ones that can still be visited today, such as the Old Dutch Church, Horseman Bridge, and the Sleepy Hollow Cemetery, where Washington Ivering's grave can be found, as those are the real-life persons who lent their names to the story characters. Today, many street names reflect the characters from the tales of the Headless Horseman. Likeness can be found on the village seal and everything from Sleepy Hollow High School to the village of fire trucks. They have Sleepy Hollow, New York, and they have Sleepy Hollow, Illinois. Many of the street names reflect characters from the tale and the image of the Headless Horseman can be found on many of the city's landmarks and publications. Sleepy Hollow, Marin County, California, has been Ivering Drive, Legend Road, Ichabod Court, Katrina Lane, Von Tassel Court, Baltus Lane, Crane Drive, Von Winkle Drive, and Kincherbacher Lane. Sleepy Hollow, Wyoming, has a street name such as Pumpkin Court, Gunpowder Street, Ichabod Avenue, and Raven Street host an annual event called Sleepy Hollow Days. That's interesting. Now we're going to go to the next part. Alright, so this is about Ichabod Crane. Ichabod Crane is officially a character. Ichabod Crane is officially. Crane is a fictional character and protagonist in Washington Ivering's short story. The legend of Sleepy Hollow Crane is portrayed in the original work and in most adaptations as a tall, lanky individual. He is also a local schoolmaster and strongly believes in all the things supernatural, including the legends of the Headless Horsemen. Crane eventually tries unsuccessfully to court the heiress, Katrina Von Tassel, a decision that angers Abraham Brombones Von Brunt, and local man who also wishes to marry Katrina after supposedly proposing to Katrina. Crane is headed home alone at night when the Headless Horseman appears and chases the schoolmaster until the horseman throws his pumpkin head at him, causing him to mysteriously disappear without a trace. So that's him, an apparition of misty person, of a snowy night. him walking home after an evening of ghost stories. And Ichabod is based off of a real person. He was in the U.S. Army. Alright, so Ichabod, meaning without glory in Hebrew, comes from the biblical name of the grandson of Eli, the high priest, and the son of Phinehas. Ivring mighty have borrowed the name from Ichabod Crane, a colonial in the U.S. Army during the War of 1812. That was in part of that was in New Orleans. That may have all been New Orleans. Let's see. Yeah, that was the war with Andrew Jackson in New Orleans. Yep. According to a notion by Ivring and certification written in longhand by Martin van Braun, the pattern von Braun's words for the character is Ichabod Crane was based on the original Kinderhook schoolmaster named Jesse Merwin, born in Connecticut, whom Ivring befriended in Kinderhook, New York, in 1809. The two friends continued a pen pal correspondence for 30 years. Kinderhook's original schoolhouse is now in Columbia Court Historical Society and called the Ichabod Crane Schoolhouse. The area's modern-day school district, Ichabod Crane Central School District, is also named for the character. Hello, Way of the Road. Good to see you. It is claimed by many in Terrytown that Samuel Youngs is original, from whom Ivring drew his character of Ichabod Crane. Arthur Gary Dennis asserts that while the character of Ichabod Crane is loosely based on Merwin, it may include elements of the Young's life. And basically, chat, this is about him, about Ichabod Crane a little bit, and he's based off a real person. And, so that he's based off of this situation, and that's some more things about him. According to Ivring, Ichabod's appearance is likely that a goofy old scarecrow who escaped the cornfield. He described by Ivring in the story as tall but exceedingly lank, with narrow shoulders, long arms and legs, hands that dangle a mile out of his sleeves, feet and might have his severed for shovels, and his whole frame most loosely hung together, His head was small and flat on top, with huge ears, large green glassy eyes, and a long snipe nose, so that it looked like a weather cock, perched upon his spindle neck, to which the wind blew. Yeah, it just kind of goes on about how he was a schoolmaster, a school teacher, and that he likes to go and have these. He likes to teach students. He likes to hear scary and spooky stories, and so that's kind of like what this part of the article is talking about, and it shows the artwork about like his encounter with the Headless Horseman. Ichabod Crane is a school teacher with strong beliefs in the supernatural. He is described as a conscientious man, and ever bore in the mind the golden maximum, spare the road and spoil the child. However, Ichabod Crane's scholars certainly were not spoiled. He administered justice with discernment, rather than severity, taking the burden off the backs of the weak and laying it into those that are strong. So he seems like a pretty cool dude. He seems pretty cool. And how he was saying, basically how he likes doing stuff like that, and he likes helping out the people, and it's noble of him to do that, and he likes the spooky stories and things. Alright. He made little money as a schoolmaster. His wages were scarcely sufficient to furnish him with daily bread. He was able to sustain his work through the help of locals who, according to the country custom, in those parts, boarded and lodging at the houses of farmers whose children he instructed. With these he lived successively a week at a time, thus going the rounds of the neighborhood with all his worldly effects tied up in the cotton handkerchief. Ichabod was also known as the singing master of the neighborhood. The schoolmaster instructed the young folks psalmody, like a psalms. He sung the psalms. So Ichabod was known as the singing master of the neighborhood, and often the Sundays would take his station from the church gallery with a band of chosen singers, where in his own he completely carried away the psalm for the person editions. In his way of the schoolmaster, he instructed young folks in psalms. Supernatural beliefs and local renown. Ichabod was described as being well read in literature of the supernatural and superstition. In the story, he was esteemed by the woman as a man of great erudition, for he had read several books quite through and was regarded as a master of cotton matters, history, New England witchcraft, in which, by the way, he most firmly and potentially believed. In addition, he took pleasure in reading old Mather's direful tales till dusk after school. Moreover, no supernatural story or superstition was hard for him to believe. He would often share his beliefs and readings with others in need and story. He would delight beliefs and readings with others in need. In story, he would delight listeners to equally by his anecdotes of witchcraft and of the direful omens and portentous sights and sounds in the air which prevailed in the earlier times of Connecticut. Hello, Rebel, good to see you. And would frighten them with speculations upon comets. She likes comets, shooting stars, which in fact that world did absolutely turn around, and they were half of the time topsy-turvy. Yeah, so he liked superstitions and the stars and stuff. And that was very interesting. I like comets and things like that too. And us on here chat, we like that as well. Ivring describes Ichabod as a man of some importance in the female circle, a rural neighborhood, being considered a kind, idle gentleman like personage or vastly superior taste and accomplishments to the rough country swans, and indeed inferior in learning only to the parson. Ichabod spent ample time in the company of the locals, telling tales of supernatural and discussing local gossip. He is described as like a traveling gazeette, carrying whole budget of local gossip from house to house, so that his appearance was always greeted with satisfaction. It is also said that another of his sources of fearful pleasure was to pass long winter evenings with the old Dutch wives as they sat spinning by the fire, with a row of apples roasting. That sounds really fall and iconic, like fall imagery. You know, like SC and Amanda and I, we all like the fall, and this is a lot of fall imagery around apples roasting and like kind of like a campfire, supplementing along the hearth and listening to their marvelous tales of ghosts, goblins, and haunted fields, and haunted brooks, and haunted bridges, and haunted houses, particularly the Headless Horseman, which he's famous for, the Galloping Hessian of the Hollow, as sometimes called him. Yeah, SC, exactly. Yeah. I didn't show that yet, SC, but I'm going to show it after I read this. Alright. Alright, so Ichabod had a foolish, soft heart towards the opposite sex, and the story Ivering writes regarding Ichabod, he would have passed a pleasant life of it despite the devil and all of his works. He's blaming the devil. He's blaming the white man. He's not like taking responsibility for his actions. If his path had not been crossed by a being that causes perplexity to mortal man, then ghosts, goblins, and a whole race of witchcrafts put together, and that was a woman. Yeah. Yeah, Rebel, exactly. Yeah, Rebel, exactly. He is like that. So, Rebel, we're talking about the Headless Horseman, and we're going to go over this again next week, of course. And we had some crazy gaming episode. I destroyed a bunch of ships with my mates in the game. It was really cool. Really cool. Alright. So, a turning point in the story occurs when Ichabod becomes enamored by Katrina von Hassel, the daughter and only child of wealthy farmer named Baltus von Tassel, who pays little attention to his daughter other than to be proud of her merits when they are praised on account of her father's wealth, which Ichabod is eager to inherit. He begins to court Katrina, who seems to respond to kind. This attracts the attention of Towns Rhodey and Abraham Bones von Brunt, who also wants to marry Katrina, and his challenge is only by Ichabod, despite Brum's efforts to humiliate or punish the schoolmaster. Ichabod remains steadfast, and neither contestant seems to be able to gain any advantage throughout his rivalry. Later, both men are invited to the harvest festival party at Von Tassel's, where Ichabod's social skills far outshine Broom's after the party breaks up. Ichabod remains behind for a tete with Harris. With the heiress. LOL. Where it is supposed that he makes proposal of marriage to Katrina, but according to the narrator, something, however, must have gone wrong for him certainly to sallied forth after no very great interval, with an air quite desolate and chapfallen, meaning that his proposal is refused allegedly. During his journey home, Ichabod encourages another traveler who is eventually revealed as a legendary Headless Horseman, the ghost of the Hessian soldier, who was decapitated by a cannonball during the American Revolutionary War. Ichabod flees with Headless Horseman pursuing him, eventually crossing the bridge near the Dutch burial ground because the ghost is incapable of crossing the bridge. Ichabod assumes that he is safe, however. Before Ichabod can react, the Headless Horseman throws his severed head at him, knocking him from the back, his own horse, and sending him tumbling headlong into the dust. The next morning, Ichabod's hat is found abandoned near the church bell the church bell bridge, and close beside it a shattered pumpkin. Ichabod is never seen in Sleepy Hollow again. And Ichabod flees with a Headless Horseman pursuing him, eventually crossing a bridge near the Dutch burial ground because the ghost is incapable of crossing this bridge. Ichabod assumes that he is safe. However, before Ichabod can react, the Headless Horseman throws his severed head at him, knocking him from the back of his own horse and sending him tumbling headlong into the dust. The next morning, Ichabod's hat is found abandoned near the church bell bridge. So this individual may have been taken by a spirit in the story, kind of like an alien abduction, or Ichabod ran away to some other place because he was freaked out of the town. It's a mystery in the story. So the church bell bridge, and close besides the shattered pumpkins. So the Headless Horseman has like a jack-o'-lantern, and he throws it at him. So that's like his head. Ichabod is never seen in Sleepy Hollow again, and is therefore presumed to have been spirited away by the Headless Horseman. Alright, so the situation in chat, a lot of people are complaining about the connection, and I understand, and my connection says it's an excellent connection, and you could always go and just watch the replay if you want to, and watch the Canadian channel, that's fine, I don't care, and people can just watch the replay, alright? Thank you. During his journey home, Ichabod encounters another traveler who is eventually revealed to be the legendary Headless Horseman. And he was taken away by the spirit. Will Rogers portrayed Crane in the 1922 silent film The Headless Horseman. That sounds funny, Rebel. Crane is one of the title character in the adventurous Ichabod and Mr. Todd. So he's depicted in many different, like Disney and the different things from the 40s and the 40s, the 20s even. So there's a silent movie in the 20s about the Headless Horseman. Yeah, so there's all kinds of different. Jeff Goldblum starred as Ichabod Crane in Legends of Sleepy Hollow in 1980. I did not know that, chat. Yeah. Ed Begley portrayed Ichabod Crane in 1985, adopted by Lane O'Connor for Shelley Duvall's Tales of the Legends, and directed of El Gurus. Alright, so that just... And Crane appears as a ghost in the third scene of the episode of Nickelodeon's Are You Afraid of the Dark? I don't know if I saw that or not. Gotta look that one up. I might have seen that before. Be Afraid of the Dark. Alright, so as I said, next week I'm going to also cover this again. Now let's go to what this dude was saying. Essie. That's impressive. That is impressive. That's really cool. Yeah, SC, thank you. That's really cool. I'll put it so everybody can see. Wow. Yeah, so this is basically the Headless Horseman mascot. It's so realistic. Yeah, SC, it's very cool. I think it's very cool. Wow. Yeah, it's the scariest high school mascot. I like that. I like that. Bravo. Bravo. That's great. Yeah, so that's their mascot. That is so cool. That's like being in a movie. It's on a horse and everything, dude. Hello, Way of the Road. Glad you're here, along with everybody else, of course, and Rebel, as I said before, and people that are watching. Yeah, so chat and everybody watching. That's the Headless Horseman. It's so cool. It's like you got the horse and everything. That's based. That's based. And also, you have that. You have that. They're like petting the horse. Oh, this is cool. An army of headless horsemen and his like it's like the Spartans. That is very creative. That is very cool. Like you could have like all of those kids and these like young people playing football, and they have like a horse with them, and that's their mascot. That's so creative. All right, and also we got that. These are just some different pictures of their mascot. As I said, SC, that's very cool. And that's funny, Latino. Yeah. So this is another front of the picture. And also he says, is it voted? Yes, it's voted the scariest high school mascot. Yeah. And that's it with. So that's like when it was chasing Ichabod Crane. Yeah. And that would make sense. It's the scariest mascot. Alright. Okay. Let's see what else. Yeah, so that's some of it. The Headless Horseman. It's another one of them marching. Alright, Headless Horseman painting. Alright, that's pretty cool. Yeah, me too, Amanda. My school mascot was the Spartans, but they didn't have like a mascot person though. Yeah, so that's him about to throw the head at Ichabod Crane. And that's then with the horse. And that's when he was about to throw the thing at him, at his head. That's like the moonlight. Yeah, that's Ichabod Crane running. Alright. You see, that's him with the pumpkin head, and he's about to throw it at him. So that's just kind of like that in more detail. Look at the look. That's a meme right there. Oh yeah, man. That reminds me of High School Musical. So I think that's what the high school is called in that High School Musical movie. Zac Efron. It was called The Wildcats, I think. Look at the look on this dude's face. It's hilarious. Like that's his look when he was running away from the thing. All right, so there you go. These are like some Dutch graveyards. Let's see. Yeah, Sleepy Hollow Cemetery. And also, Amanda says, I just want to say thank you for everyone. And this is I say this to all of you also. And shout out to Amanda for, writing this. I just want to say thank you for everyone for coming and sticking around, chilling, even if you have been having buffering problems. You guys are the best. Exactly. So that's what I have to say to all of you. Yeah, Rebel, exactly. It's a creepy graveyard. Yeah. Yeah. And also we have these different things here, different headstones. It's not like the ones in New Orleans where they're buried on land. All right, so saying that, and as I said, I want to cover that. Let's see, what else was I talking about? Okay. Good. Alright, so, as I said, we talked about this. We talked about this. I'll talk a little bit more about Ivar. What's his name? I keep calling him Craven. His name's Crane. So I made his name is not Craven, it's Crane. This is the military officer that this was based off of. So that, I was telling you, was a fictional story, but this is what it's based off of, this person. Ichabod Crane, July 18, 1787 to October 5th, 1857, was an American career military officer for 48. Do y'all hear me at all? Let's see. Okay, Blankman can see me. Alright. Alright, Blankman can see me in chat. Alright, so I think you all could see me. So there was some kind of a glitch that occurred. Before, it wasn't showing me the error with the connection. It was just telling me that it had an excellent connection the whole show. Okay, so here I am. Here, and I think, yeah, I can see you in Blankman. I can. Alright, so I think you all can see me. So there was some kind of a glitch that occurred. I keep on typing on the machine. That's funny. That's funny. So as I said, yeah, because what I did was I restarted the computer and did some things, and I'm glad that it's made it this far, so far. So, as I said, the stream. Okay, so here I am. The stream. Oh, I have this thing on. So, yeah, so pretty much the stream. I talked about the topics I wanted to talk about. That was pretty much it. I was gonna talk about some things with, like, silver and stuff a little bit more, but because of the error that occurred, I'm glad that I'm just here for the moment. And now, as I said, I'm monitoring the connection and like what's going on here. And maybe my thing wasn't. My computer could have been dipping over a little bit, and it wasn't retaining the connection. But it's still kind of glitchy a little bit, I think, in my opinion. Work out, that's good. I like exercising too. So everybody that's watching, there's a terrible glitch that happened, and now I brought it back briefly for a moment. All right, Amanda. All right. As I said, I'm monitoring the the connection and what's going on. All right. It looks like it looks like chat sees me. Okay. Thank God that it's working. So, as I was saying, I will talk a little about Silver and the movie. So, basically, I'm not going to show any articles because of the glitch that has occurred. And now I know what to do in this situation again if this happens. Because, like, tomorrow I can go over there because they're sleeping right now. I don't want to, they're sleeping. So, yeah, but basically, as I was saying about the silver, it's used in solar panels. It's used in, like, green energy vehicles. It's used in manufacturing computers and technology. It's used for all kinds of different things. So basically, like when you hold silver, it's like you own it, you have it. And the dollar can inflate and the stock market can do this and that. But like the silver, like even if people put a certain spot price on the silver, it still has a value to it. It's very undervalued. So the spot price is really irrelevant because, like, you can use silver for a lot of things. And with gold, it just looks nice. With silver, it's actually being used for different things. Things without the articles. So basically, what happened with the article is that when you talk the article, so basically, like, say Elon and Mulan, these different companies that use electric vehicles are going to need more silver than there is in the planet. Silver is from asteroids and stuff that collided with Earth. Having this situation is so much supply. I mean, there's so much demand and less supply. So the value of silver is extremely undervalued, and the price of it's going to project it to go up higher and higher. But if at the same time, it's also like something tangible that you can hold and keep out of the hands of banks and different things like that. So that's another interesting factor about the thing about silver. And also another factor is, I was looking at something real quick. So basically, my favorite scary movie, I want to answer Amanda's question, is that my favorite scary movie is... That's another good question. I think that like, obviously I like talking about Michael Myers. But I will say also, like, a scary movie, like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, that was a really scary one. That was really it was really surreal. That movie was very surreal. But I would also say the alien invasion from War of the Worlds was very interesting to me because of the terrible situation of that actually happening. So I have a couple of scary movies I like for multiple different reasons because they're different genres. And so yeah, so those are some, I'd say, War of the Worlds, Michael Myers movies, and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but not in like complete order, just those are some of the ones I like. But I would say the older classic movies would be even greater because they didn't have the CGI to do what they did. And basically, with the... So to answer Amanda's question, those are scary movies I like. The older ones, and I mentioned some, the House on Haunted Hill, and I forgot the Pit and the Pendulum and the Alan Poe movies. Those movies, because they didn't have CGI. And then I would say War of the Worlds, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Michael Myers, and those kind of movies and like that. So those are my favorites. Since they're different genres, sort of, in different time periods, to pinpoint which one I like more than the other, I do like the Vincent Price movies. The ones about that. Alright, Blankman, good night. Yeah, so Amanda, Elon seems like he had an operation and he backed out of the fight for now with Zuckerberg. Gold is good to buy too. That's also good to get. And gold is a good hedge against inflation. And with gold, it's like you can have the gold and preserve it, but gold is used with jewelry. It's remelted, and it's used a little bit in tech stuff, but not as much as silver. So gold is another good one. And but also considering as well, silver, I would say you also should get too. And shout out to Blankman. And basically, with silver is used with electric vehicles, with green energy. It's used in touchscreen phones. It's used in China a lot. And with a lot of these green agendas, it's predicted to cause, in a lot of our opinions, it's going to cause the price of silver to skyrocket at some point, in our opinions. And me and many others. So, basically, I think, in my opinion, with silver, that will, since it has so many uses and there's not a lot of silver for them to do what they want to do, it's going to cause it to go up. Amen, Blankman, and thanks to God that I'm still right now here streaming. I'm glad that for this miracle that's occurring right now, and I just saw 314. Yeah, Blankman, say your prayers. So that's the situation. So get gold and silver, but I would also say silver is going to go up, in my opinion, and that it's used for a lot of things, so get that as well. I would focus also on silver more than they would want you to focus on silver, because it's very undervalued and it's used for industrial things more than gold. Gold is mostly used in jewelry. But they're both good precious metals to have as well. Like the stock market could go up and down and stuff, but the silver, it's silver is silver, and somebody's going to want to use it for their product. Like, ow. Okay. We have this right here. This is some silver. This is 1 ounce. Yes, Amanda. I've seen the Leprechaun movies. Oh, those are very good. The Leprechaun movies. I like also Friday the 13th. I didn't mention that one, but yeah, that one too. Jason Voorhees, that's a very good one. I like that he comes out the lake and he kills people. That's interesting. Yeah, that one's a good movie too. Yeah, so Amanda, what do you think of the Leprechaun movies? The way you would buy it is through these different coin dealers and stuff that they have. And also, like, for instance, you'll have, like, different ones. Like, you'll have coins from the different companies. Like, there's a company that, I've heard of around where, well, first off, I'll talk about, so there's Atmex, that's one. And also sells, he deals in silver, and people like that one. And as I said, there's Atmex, and there's, yeah, Amanda, that does make sense. I could see what you mean about Friday the 13th. Because, like, basically, he comes out the swamp and he goes and hacks people and stuff. So I think that I do understand your opinion about Friday the 13th. I thought that the stream was toast. Thank God I'm able to still communicate with you and whoever else is here. So, as I was saying, basically, Amanda, I that's cool that you have the Leprechauns on DVD. That is a great movie to fall asleep to. That's very cool. Very cool. You know, the the Leprechauns will probably sneak some what they have in their pot of gold in your sleep. You fall asleep to them, they might give you some pot of gold, something from their pot of gold. I'm sure they'd appreciate it. Those and Batman movies. And the movie 30 Days of Night, such a good movie. Yeah, Batman's a good movie. I like those movies, especially the ones from the 90s. That Yeah, and the movie 30 Days of Night, I've not heard of that one. Thank you for recommending that. I like The Pit and the Pendulum from that dude. What's his name? From Vincent Price. I like Spain, and this area is like Spain, and I learned stuff from like Portuguese people and like about making wine and stuff when I was little. So I liked the Mediterranean stuff. So I think the Vincent Price one about the Pit and the Pendulum was a classic. And they show the Christian imagery of the crosses and the so classic. And another thing that I like is the so the other Vincent Price movies, like with Peter Lorre, he was in some with him. That guy was funny. Like the dude was drinking too much and And oh, I was looking at something. I was thinking also. So yeah, so that is basically the stuff about those movies that I like. Did I plant my tomatoes yet? Yes, Amanda. I planted my tomato plant. I planted one. I put it in a pot, and I put a Mary watering it, and also my pumpkin plant is also watered as well. And Amanda, I will talk also more about silver in future streams as well. American Eagles, you get the King Charles, or from different countries. You could get different silver from different countries. And yes, I do like the classics. Yes, yes, the classics. I would say like Frankenstein, Dracula. Those are good ones too. I think tomorrow I'll be watching one of those. Oh yes, Amanda. Yeah, exactly. We do, Amanda. Yes. It was a book, and in the book, it was Allan Poe. At school, we like we read it in school. It was fall. It was cool weather like this, and it was like perfect. And we read it. It was Edgar Allan Poe's *Pit and the Pendulum*, and basically, like what we did with the *Pit and the Pendulum* was that we had that story taught at school, and that's how I got into *Pit and the Pendulum*, the movie, because it was something I learned from school, and I liked other Allan Poe stories. So it was an Allan Poe book. It was an Allan Poe story book. I like writing poetry, like kind of things like that, and I also like writing scary stories and drawing stuff. Ooh. How is Bubbles tonight? Oh, Bubbles is doing. We gave him some sleep treatment, and he's sleeping somewhere. He's over there on the couch or in the room with my mom, and uncomfortable and a little spooky because of what he got, and also what he did was what little Bubbles did. He went and I gave him a good snack, and he ate, and now he's resting somewhere. So yeah, he's doing good. Did I do a video on it? Oh, I'm about to film the video tomorrow. Right, exactly, Amanda. I'll be glad to send you emails about it. And yeah, so Amanda, I'm going to film the video about it, and I'm going to film me picking the beans, and when I will do phone lives, as I told you before, and with the phone lives, hopefully we won't have this problem. But as I said, I want to talk about the problem tonight. I have no idea what in the heck was going on. I don't know how it worked for some people and others it didn't. I don't know why it said I had an excellent connection. Right. I'm extremely, you know, annoyed and upset about the situation what happened tonight, but it's no big deal. You know, some people wait a whole week to come here, and then this happens. And I don't know what the problem is. I said, but my connection was having some problems. It seems, definitely. Oh yeah, I will show you the drawings. I'll show you the drawings. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Amanda, about the poetry compliment. Also, Amanda, I also at school, my senior year and stuff like at school, and when I was like back then, I could rap. Right on, Amanda. Right on. Right. So, did I ever go back to playing my game after your stream? Oh no, after the streams, I usually like eat something and wash up and get rest. But I do play it offline, of course. I do play it offline. And I'm glad that I do that. So yes, I do play it like when I'm not streaming, but not after I stream. Not right after. Because these are these late night specials. Thank you, Amanda. It's nice of you to stay around because stream with the Headless Horsemen and stuff, I was done with that. That was over with. Then I was going to talk about Silver, but it was best for people to go on their way. But I'm glad that you stayed. You're always around the spaceship. And Also, I like my beans, my lima beans I've been growing. And also, the other crops and things that I've been growing. Okay, continuing, as I was saying. So as I said, we will continue the horsemen and different things like that. The stream, and then it doesn't work, so I'm kind of disappointed. And thank you, Amanda, for the compliment. Yes, Amanda, exactly. Yes. Yeah, thank you, Amanda. I like the words. It's very nice. Very nice. And I don't care what people think, but I do like haters. I don't care what haters think of me, but I do like the warm thoughts that people have for me, and that's good, and I cherish that. And I understand that you all don't take it offensively. It's just you know it's like the stream got into an accident and it needs to be towed. It's not like streaming like it's supposed to. It's like when Darth Vader got in his suit, and he's not like being like a ninja. And it's like when I want to think on the stream, but in a blink, it goes away. And then it like tinks. The computer and the Wi-Fi modem must have been high. And my cat Bubbles is sometimes shy. Basically, as I was saying, I don't like to mess around with these. I don't mess around with the haters because they're just playing. Hating on me, but I'm way at the top. And they just go and walk out their door and they just drop. Yeah, fact. Shout out to the spaceship. Shout out to the spaceship. The pumpkins like to go on the hay ship. Maybe they're secretly Haitian. Yeah, because the spaceship's a cool place. I remember the spaceship back when I was in school, and now the spaceship's much bigger now. It's pretty cool. So yeah, I just think that I put them in individual categories and boxes. Okay, Amanda. Yeah, I'm glad that you see that the lima beans are doing good. And I hope you and Ruby and Ava are doing well. Yeah, thank you, Amanda. Thank you. It's upsetting that it happened, and I don't understand it. And the people were not crazy. Hello, Super D. We just been having horrible problems with the stream, so it's not like the usual streams. So basically, yeah, we were talking about how about my garden and like some horror movies again, and things like that. About the different stuff that I do. Then I was talking about silver and investing, things like that. And I'm glad that you came by, Super D. It's nice of you. So earlier we had this problem where the stream went out, and I thought I'd have to finish it, but by the grace of God, it's back on. You know, I'm back here and talking to everybody. Yes, Amanda, I'm glad that I powered through it. And sometimes you have to go to that place to get to this one. Yeah, he's up at Saturday morning. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, shout out to Across the Pond. Yeah, and I stay calm to different situations and stuff. Yeah, we're talking about the Headless Horsemen, and I'm going to talk more about it on another stream in the future. Like, the one next week, I mean. And also, the pumpkin is doing good, and the peppers and stuff. The peppers are turning into giant bushes. Yeah, they're just jealous. Yeah. Like what Wheezy said about when there's a hater, you put up a wall and they're just wallpaper. That's words of wisdom. South Tyrol. Thinking like, oh, they're having problems connecting to the stream. My connection said it was a perfect connection. And then when I went to go and look at what's going on, the people were telling me like it wasn't working for them. It worked for some people. It was working for me. Then it wasn't working for me way later, and other people it wasn't working for them. So I don't know what was going on. But yeah, it seems like it was my connection, but YouTube wasn't telling me it was my connection. I don't know. Oh yeah, I would like to visit Super D. Oh yeah. Right. Right, Super D. Right on. Yes, amen, Amanda. Amen. Yeah, so basically, I was talking about how silver is a good hedge against inflation because we know that the dollar or any currency could go up, and then the prices of stuff go up. And like, say you had some bread that was worth $100, but the money's like worthless. So having precious metals, I think, is a good hedge, in my opinion, against the inflation and things like that. That's what I was talking about before. Like silver. Silver is used in automobiles, the energy cars, the phones, and things like that. Gold is good too. It's mostly used in jewelry, and it's also used in things like some technology as well. And also, yeah, the slideshow on the spaceship with Super D and friends. I like that. Yeah, and also, Amanda, yeah, I'm going to do the podcast thing. I'm going to still do that. It's going to be soon. It'll be there. And also, basically, so that's what I was talking about with the silver stuff. And also, we're talking the Headless Horsemen about how this old dude was visiting a town. And basically, when he was in a town, the Headless Horseman came and tried to attack him, and he threw his pumpkin head at him. And it's based off a Hessian. These were these German soldiers that came from Britain, well, to Britain to help them fight the American Revolution. So that's what the ghost is, but we could see biblically it could also be some demonic apparition. But this was a story, of course, a fictional story, but it's based off of these events. And the old man, which was called, yeah, not Craven, but it's a similar name to that. I keep thinking of Craven. But so basically with Craven, he went out and did his thing, and then he was disappeared like an alien abducted him. Thanks, Amanda. Glad you liked the wallpaper. Glad you enjoyed the wallpaper. I know it's a cool setup. Usually this overlay is Super D is during introductions and things like that. But since I'm not showing any articles because of the messed up connection that could be going on, I'm just doing this for a little while, and I'm gonna just be talking because I know the articles in my head. No, already, like, so this old man, he was trying to ask Katrina von Teasel to go and propose to marriage, and she went and rejected him. And then he went and met the Headless Horseman, and he was attracted to Sleepy Hollow because of the stuff that he was told by the people. He was interested in the scary stories and things like that. So that's what we're talking about, the Headless Horseman, way earlier. Then I stopped the stream kind of like, I was like, people could go because the stream was over. But then I was able to keep trying and bring the stream back. Yeah, Super D. Pumpkins, it is... Yeah, it is interesting. I like carving pumpkins, but I understand it is eccentric to look inside the pumpkin. Certainly. Especially when a pumpkin's rotting. That's very interesting. Awesome, Super D. Glad pumpkins. I carve the pumpkins, and I take Amanda, they have these kits you could get, and you could put it on the pumpkin and carve out like a picture, like you're drawing. And that's a way you could do it with the pumpkin. And also I like making classic Halloween carving pumpkins. But over here we don't have a lot of pumpkins because, well, the pumpkins have issues because of the drought that happened in America. Yes, Super D. They are used in computer chips and dental fillings. Yes, there is a small sector for that. I don't know the size of this sector, but gold is used for things. And from what I saw, it is predominantly used for jewelry and that too, as well. Yes, I do know that. And also, like earlier I was mentioning how in phones and stuff, they'll use gold in phones. Little pieces of gold. And it was good he brought up about the gold fillings. And also silver is used in computer chips too, as well. Exactly, Super D. That's a very good point. It's always funny that what he says, and you need gold for... The thing about the cryptocurrency is like, it doesn't have that many uses. Like, gold and silver are more accepted as a currency than that. Especially, like... Thanks, Amanda. It was Crane. Thank you, Amanda. So, basically, with over down here, we have outages from weather issues. And it would be hard to use an electric vehicle, maybe, and also especially the Bitcoin stuff if there's an outage. But yeah, exactly. I'll show it again. Like this is 1 ounce of silver. Show it again. I showed it earlier, but that's the 1 ounce of silver. All right. And also, and I think it's good to have, and basically they have different designs at different countries, like the Royal Mint or the American Eagles, in different countries like that. I think they're good to collect, and it's good to have as value. Yeah, so Crane. And the thing with silver, not silver, the thing with Crane, so Super D, Crane was this old man that went to this place in Sleepy Hollow in the story, and not Craven, it was Crane. And also, basically, yeah, because stocks, and that's, people can get that too. The thing with stocks, from what I've heard, it's tied to the US dollar. But stocks, from what I've heard, would go back up eventually if it went down. But it goes up and down. But the thing is, if someone doesn't want to be connected or trapped in the US dollar in certain banks and stuff, you can go. So it's good to not be tied to dollars or certain banks, and to just have it in your house, or have it, buried somewhere, or have it on a spaceship. So yeah, I'm glad, Super D, you also like precious metals as well, and understand the thing about Bitcoin. Yeah. It's like a token. Like from this place we have in America called Chuck E. Cheese. Like an arcade game. Yes, Amanda, the stencils do help they do help with carving. Yes. It's like a little instrument. It's like a little pee-wee thing. It's a pee-wee thing. Oh. Oh. Also, basically, thing, and it's light, and yes, it does help, Amanda. Yeah, and also the quality of copper isn't that good, from what I've heard. That's why gold and silver are used over, like, it's not as productive. And also, it's expensive. You're right. It's also expensive. Yeah, and Super D, the prices do drop, and I think that the precious metals are completely undervalued. And even if it's undervalued, or like the spot price goes down or it drops, it's still a piece of gold. And that gold still has the value along with silver. And that's why it would, but it's still, people would need it for different things. Like, say with the green energy, a lot of people are promoting green energy. So basically, with that, you have the situation where a lot of silver is needed. Silver is needed for electric vehicles and for solar panels and things like that. So silver is useful in a lot of those areas, and also with smartphones, along with gold is used for things as well. And I think be rigging things and making something it isn't, that could be another factor as well. Like, oh, it's like we're going to undervalue silver and gold when it's really something else because they're pulling off some trick. Super D, I see what you're saying about if the price of gold somehow dropped, it would be more useful preventing further price drops. Right. When things go down, people panic sell things when the prices go down, but that's when you buy, when it goes down. It's just math problem you're buying. The only use is to hope someone will pay you more for it. Ponzi scheme. Yep. Very well said, Super D. And another thing is that silver, as I said, silver is projected to go up in value because of the green energy. And with silver is that they need a lot of it for the agendas that they're pushing, but there may not be enough for them to implement what they want to do. So both precious metals are valuable, but I do, in my opinion, think silver is undervalued. Right. And also, yeah, Super D says stocks are generally useful because you are buying a part of a company. Right, I agree. And you only have to be careful to not buy Chinese stocks because it's the only country not required to follow the auditing rules. Right. And also, there's FDIC insured things with the stocks. And also, like, when a stock goes down, it could go back up. So people talk about a crash and things like that. It eventually in the future would go back up. And I do agree, Super D. And I think it's good to diversify, in my opinion. That's what I've learned. Yeah, the Chinese, I don't trust them at all. We both like the history of it, but like the different things in its past. But yeah, I don't like the direction it's been going for the past 50 years or more. Yeah. Yes. Yes, Super D. I like the way you said that. It's like buying a house. It doesn't matter if the price drops to zero because the house does have an actual use, even if you don't sell it. You see, because like the area where I am, it was a white area, and then it became a black area because people moved away from it. But as I said before, and you all understand this, is that the house is still a house it's still a Spanish house. It's still a big yard. There's still moon. It's still the same place. It doesn't matter if the value of it went down. It's still the same place. And I like my neighbors, but of course sometimes there's in the distance there could be sometimes criminal activity or shootings or whatever. But still, it's the same place. That's what you all that see my garden and hang out with me a lot understand, that the place is it's a cool area. And that same thing with a house in general. A house is still a house. And, because that's what I'm very into these things with, you know, financing and stuff. I was always interested in that. And basically, Amanda, you like Chuck E. Cheese too. That's great. That's awesome. And I think that people panic sell things, or people want to buy something they don't need that makes them think that they have money, but they don't. Yeah, and yeah, Super D is very smart. Shout out to him. And the way like he explains things is pretty cool. And also, I think because they'll think they'll put value into something they don't need, and it just makes someone else. There's a lot of scams and stuff out there. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you, Super D. Yeah, because so many companies have sold out to China. China is degenerate totally. I don't like them at all. And also, China is trying to buy out a lot of the farmland and things like that. That's another thing that they try to do in America. They want to control the food. And the Chinese are cringe. And they have a lot of genocide and stuff in their country. Yeah, and also the houses and stuff are going up partially because of inflation. And that's why it's good to hedge yourself and diversify, like what we're saying in chat. And it's so cringe how so many heartless people do business with China. I've exposed them a lot on my channel with about the farming stuff and things like that. Like people can, like some one of the politicians in America had a picture of Mao, how they had Mao's picture in the background, and it's like people don't get as offended by those things than they get by certain other things. But the communists did a lot of genocide themselves. Yeah, you're right, Amanda. Turn that frown upside down. Can you turn that frown upside down? But I'm glad that I was able to get back on here and spend time with y'all, Super D and Amanda, and whoever else is watching. And so in America, Super D, China wants to control the farmland. They want to control everything in America, and they're doing. People have been influenced by some of these ideas from over there, which is not good. The food tastes. And you could buy silver or gold. Silver or gold in ounces, like 1 ounce or bigger ounces. and things like that. And I'm glad to see I have more in common than Super D about with the gold and silver and stuff. I was taught about that when I was very little. About that. And yeah, thank you, Amanda, for the compliment. Yes. And yeah, it's good to do that. And we are getting close to the end of the show. We had like a pretty much like a full show. Yep. That's good. So soon I'm going to be ending it. But I'm glad that so next time it'll be better. And we'll not have, the situation that we had before. But I'm glad that, in spite it didn't make sense before, but the dots connected and we had a little small chat talk about Super D and investing and stuff like that. And yes, Super D, the communist Chinese, they always lie. That's all they do. From their founding and their beginning and their root and their ideology, it's what they're all about. Exactly, Amanda. We need to stop selling the land to China. That's absolutely true. It's just the people, and they're doing it through these companies, because I know about, say, what Peach was telling me, how she knows some people that were trying to sell some of the land to the Chinese because of money. It's all about money and greed. Like what the left says, we're greedy with money or something, it's the other way around. Especially how they want to confiscate people's stuff and bring it to the state and make everybody slaves to the state. It's cringe. Okay, Super D, thank you for that insight about if we had a population even half the size of their current one, it would sanction them like what Russia did. If we sanctioned them like people are doing to Russia, the Chinese would starve. Right. Destroy China. Right. Thank you, Super. We have a lot of fertile farmland here. It's like paradise on earth.